Hello and welcome back to Dawntrail. Now, last time we had just made it through on that train to nowhere, and we have found ourselves in what looks to be nowhere. Sick. Took a left turn at what? Alright, so here we are in Heritage Found. Let's go ahead and talk to Erinville and start looking around. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Taral. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location. Or perhaps... well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Time now? Is this a time paragon? Well, to the northwest, so we are in fact going in that direction. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yasulani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. I don't know, guys. Looks like a lot of nobody. I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station. But from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. I think there's some kind of time paradox. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. It's like a dead robot. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zeralja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yasulani Station. Aye. And I've no doubt we're in Yasulani. But I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects they are similar to one another, but in others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yasulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions. But if Erenville says this is Yasulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Oh, yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning? It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Maybe, perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials, please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials, unable to confirm. Seems it's broken after all. It's too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning. Let's go and take a closer look. This material appears to be the same that is used in mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, they appear to be fine eggshells, rather reminiscent of arcane runes these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit that it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Stola. For a blessing, this dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Go to the aid the currents, jumping and jumping and jumping.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all! None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Girl.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Oh my god.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulishola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
There you go. That's what we want.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasulani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
Let me guess, it's been 100 years.
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
Isn't it a little odd for the Queen to be walking while in her lonesome?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Yes.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
am I going to run into another me? I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, the mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere, proclaiming herself with being suspicious. Oh, okay. Let's not talk about it, because this is just... Having established that she could use more information. So let's head to this place in the outskirts and see what we can do. Perhaps about skiing as well. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tural. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Turali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electro has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. Electro. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them,
That's
the more you grow
Tatsuru's
to
voice
love
actor.
them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
I was wondering why we had a significant lack of.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve, Wuklamat, and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Rook Lamont is still so young. Oh, where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a Tonawaktan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kavkiwa?
Kavkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the Dawn first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
"30 years. Little wonder Zorolja assumed our father had already passed away."
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source, the fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Still passing faster.
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life. We did not want to force ours upon them. We went to such lengths that our cultures could coexist, even going as far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Trolley tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no agreement, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience. Alexandrians Trolley have learned a great deal from me. I am sure there's much you wish to learn as well. So please, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Other than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Euphase Hollow is called. Halo is called. You can speak there with one of the farmers when you arrive. Yes, welcome to Euphase Hollow. Yes, Halo. To introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to thrive. Queen's Fee, to what do I owe this sudden shout of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I've come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. So the rumors of visitors from the outside be true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? You know me too, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead, I'll keep speed coming. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, would you say? A fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wokomat's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. This here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is on the ground. Much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it an island facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electro complicate our lives. It's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. We take it up to the tower for processing, and from there find our way to every dining table in Alexandria. Work is hard, I'm not denying it, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. You're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier, that true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at UPA's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when you're shipped off. A job's a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen here. Anyone would be hard including the press with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you had the fill of speaking with the farmers. Let us return to Makusa. Your impressions of the farm? Electrope is quite impressive. So it was the Electrope that got you. That's only natural, I suppose, if you come from a place without it. Still, you only seem mildly impressed. This leads me to believe you have experience with even more marvelous technology. I'd love to hear your tales one day. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies, I heard the others call you by that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines can be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable indeed. Many of them still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures might have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We can take care of it if you like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. No, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliolo. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Hildebrand is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. So... Very well. I gratefully accept. But please take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. I think, since this is such a lightning-based area, first... Marquette. Lightning Horse. Both all right, thank goodness. At really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed. With this, we won't have to ask XIBALBA's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough, Mahus. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folks here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never fail to let us know, or how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem in good sorts, Sphene, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? She's definitely a foil to Wook-Lamont. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will have also returned by now. I thank you again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. That?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Oh,
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's It's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphyn's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father, and to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
That's messed up. Going on? How could Pepoane suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to the others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards anyway. I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. What's that? Do I know Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she'd spend time with me, I would remember. I do recall caring for someone until recently. You say that it was a woman named Namika? Well, I can't say for certain that if it was her, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. So it's the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of ether corresponding to that too, and I sensed none in that woman. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pepoane seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continue making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kafkiwa instead. Skeen said to try the Thunderyards. It should be in this direction. Another kind of mechanical soldier. It looks dangerous. We better destroy it. Ah! Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Aaron, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. To the northeast. It must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. I rush in so fast. Heard faint voices coming from inside, so it's not like we're still open, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. Several people up ahead. I can't make out that conversation with the echo. Let's keep going. Stay on the part.
is this?
Arenville!
A trap?
Elenishpia. It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Elenishpia!
My darling, what now?
Kafkiwa, I presume.
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galul Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elenishpia was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope.
I can't say that I do, but you knew my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
Jesus.
I'm sorry?
Oh, but this won't do. Come in. Friends of my Elenishpia are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place, how are things still getting stranger?
Or as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what's happened, we need to ask her. Let's hear what she has to say. Oh, it's fantastic. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldesion. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body I control remotely. I use this for our operations. We're We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart XIBALBA's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And it is? As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth between our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping XIBALBA. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electrope technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. His name's Rock. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is a regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource and payment for services rendered. I'm so rich! The Void Set practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect the act comes with some risk. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten Amika's existence. Regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So this is what they meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all the memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators and an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It is then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here? On its surface, it's similar to the Yakui philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electro to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand that the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that Terali would also accept this way of living. Came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sveen didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zeraljara. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given people the choice: live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right, but however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulars are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me, and you'll find out. guards hunters to kill any fiends found wandering the area. We're here to meet an acquaintance of mine. Striker, one of these hunters. What are you doing here? And with so many friends? Apologize for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting? That's fine, I guess. Hold on, I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen's Fiend's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without them. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Dangerous side, there really isn't much to see. Kafkiwa said you're a hunter. Wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they would notice some good they are at. These facilities are vital to the upkeeping Valkyria's infrastructure, so it falls to the hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. A special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see the danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course. In which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any beast. You all can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. Preserve. She needs healing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator? I think I understand now how XIBALBA was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me you empowered yourself with the soul of the beast. I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered on Vanguard who did the same. So you crossed paths with one of the King's elite. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they allowed hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Souls, those of peoples and those of beasts. Peoples, souls that people can use to grant the user natural strength. also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. What about the souls of the beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of the wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Striker. Using several of the same type at once, it can, however, result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails, claws, too many, and you'll become more beastly than man. Changing one's form through souls of other beings becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Seven. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the Great Sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. It's all wrong. This is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations and the reflections are surprising indeed. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now the important thing is we know what powers Zoalja has at his disposal. It's one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is an unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Turuola is concerned. With this newfound power, Zoalja has become a real threat to them. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. I trust you've gained an insight into these systems and Alexander. I was overwhelmed with myself at first. I expect you need some time to digest it all. For now, let's head back to Ruben's Sky. This route. There's something I want to discuss with you. Let's take a moment before we head into the town. Pardon me, adventurer, but might I trouble you to lend me your aid? I found myself in a rather troublesome predicament. Earlier today, we were sent a soldier and asked to test out its improved combat functionality. I asked a hunter to take it out on patrol, but not long afterwards, I lost contact with them completely. I know the signal is weak out there, but I can't help but worry something might have gone terribly wrong. I'm more like you can handle your fair share of danger, yes? Could you go out to the Thunder Yards and see if you can find them for me? Oh, Shadow, what am I going to do with you? I keep telling you to take a hunter with you when you leave town. Well, if it isn't Her Majesty's guest. Did you enjoy your tour of Ethiopia Halo? I was told you helped set the water distribution system to rights. You know, I could really use someone with your talents right now. The woman in charge of that very farm just left for the wilderness without a bodyguard. It seems to me she's investigating something, but that's no reason to put herself in danger. Last I heard, she was walking up the hill to the east of the farm. Can you make sure she's alright? Oh, what are we looking for a young Chateau by the name of Shalers. Now off you go. Thank you, Kate. My life. For a moment there, I thought I'd have to use my regulator. I somehow doubt an adventurer like you just so happened to be passing through. That researcher said he finally did. I better head back and explain what happened. You may as well come and join me. I'm sure he'll want to know you're safe. Godspeed, good. That was the last of my soul cells. Really, I could have really died there. Thanks for your help, by the way. So, what brings you out here to the middle of nowhere? Auntie Nakente sent you out? That makes two people who just saved my life then. Would you mind coming with me to see her? I want her to know I'm safe and grateful besides. Sorry for delaying this, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolo and Alexandria. I've been While Zeralja knows everything about us, we hardly know anything. We know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kafkiwa and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, but we shouldn't be too quick to trust. But the fact remains, they share our desire to stop Zeralja. Sphene, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. I ask why we would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple, really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point, and knowing Zeralja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone together. As you say, we have no proof it is really Kafkiwa, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zeralja for good and all. What's more, I trust you. You've always had great instincts honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if my sentiment is caught in my judgment? If it's a trap, we'll deal with it when it's sprung. It's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on us, then I'll say no. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. There's something I need to tell you and your people. You came here for no other reason than to strike down Zeralja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. Prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zeralja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal. So fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kafkiwa, everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zeralja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public. He seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zeralja will eventually march on Tuliyola again. That's when we could go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliyola. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of that pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him, show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliyola again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliyola requires that Zeralja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts to keep an eye on him day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Y'shtola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zeralja to move, you do well to prepare for battle. It begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'd be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. Oh, about that. Sphene said she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Gio, the leader of this hideout. The dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakwayo. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, huh? That explains the resemblance. Wayakwayo is a Tunawatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tuliolan, and our father is Alexandrian. We want to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I'd like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released. But when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now. Everyone who had known him. That bastard. Even here he thinks nothing of his people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion, hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. While mine is a Tanawatan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone's so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts, all. Eleneshpia. One last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kafkiwa. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. With that finished, I'm gonna go use the bathroom and then I'll be right back. Unless, cutscene. Meanwhile, at every keep, yep, cutscene. Holy snap, that's a loud.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont.
You're a jerk.
No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin. I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wuklamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wuklamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliolal.
What now?
Let's head to the tower. Quests. My mentor told me everything from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for taking such swift action. These soldiers require energy gathered from lightning, yet lightning also proves to be their weakness. Apparently, it took a nasty jolt in the thunder yards and went berserk. Honestly, why are they tinkering with offensive output when they could be correcting this glaring flaw in design? Rest assured, the engineer in charge will hear all about this in my report. Sorry for the trouble. I hope this small token will suffice as compensation. Welcome back, dear. I can't thank you enough for rescuing this poor, reckless fool girl. You're not a child anymore, Shello. Act your age. Now, what do you say to the kind stranger who saved your life? Thank you, sir. I know I've already told you once before, but thank you, truly. I'm Shalowashi, and I'm in charge of Yubia's Halo. To tell the truth, I'm still learning how everything works. I used to be an electro engineer, but for some reason the government reassigned me. I'm Nakente, the farm's cornkeeper. Resident Nag, depending on who you ask. Might we get your name, hero? Hildebrand rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? That's a name you'd best not forget, Shalo. You'd be dead if it were not for him. Why in the world would you leave the safety of the outskirts all by yourself? You've been acting so strangely lately. It's clear you're hiding something, so what is it? There's no getting past anything past you, is there? Fine, I'll explain, but you have to promise to keep it a secret now, right? Oh. The truth is, I noticed that the farm's harvests have been shrinking year over year, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. The staff are all doing great work, and as a former engineer, I can say for certain that the equipment is all in proper working order. I even checked the pylons, and the readout was totally normal. But I know there's a problem, and the longer we wait, the worse it'll get. In a few years, the crops may stop growing entirely. Something has to be done. Well, it sounds serious, and I appreciate that you're taking the initiative to solve it, but I worry about you, Shalo. I can't have you putting your life in danger. Fine. Hildebrand, would you be willing to help her look into the matter? As an outsider, your idea of normal is sure to be different from ours. I reckon a fresh set of eyes will be able to spot something we can't. She's right, I can certainly use an unbiased perspective. Would you please help me, Hildebrand? Right then, that's settled. I think what you two need now is a good meal. Have a seat, and your auntie Kente will fix you for some fresh veggies. There you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of Zeraldra minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if Sphene hasn't betrayed us, eh? Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass, if you'd be so kind. Outrunner guide unit identified, registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified, verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits.
Everkeep, a tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliyollal. Now, while I go and explain explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralja's dominion, do you not?
You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That, I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in him. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Elnashpir, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
You're such a weenie, Junior. I guess I can drag you along. Tower's inside a tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. Oh no! It's dark. So, two things. Yes? What? Good night. Love you. Miss you. Bean is in the way and he will probably bite you if you try and get past him. Okay, just be careful. He might bite you. Stay over here. Don't get in the camera. Love you.
I hope we didn't interrupt your stream.
It's okay. Love you. Bye. That tone. That wouldn't happen to be a sightseeing one, would it? Millet, now that's a name I haven't heard in a good long time. And dearest Alcibi. She's my twin sister, you see. I haven't seen her in 30 long years. Not since I was trapped during my exploration of Yasulani. Bringing me great joy to know she's well. Pardon me for asking, but might I see the note she added to your log? She always did make such bold strokes of her lettering. Here. I've added my own notes. Some of the information may seem improbable at best, and I believe there is truth in every entry. Were I younger, I would set out in search of these fantastic sights myself. Alas, my body can no longer endure such travels. Though thanks to you, I feel lighter than I have in an age. If there's one thing I should wish, it is to see my sister again before I die. There is so much I would share with her. But you have better things to attend to than an old woman's musings. Take care, kind adventurer, and may your journey lead you to vistas both bright and unforgettable. Crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where I should go. Right. I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. Big building. I've seen taller though.
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Xeralja.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible. Xeralja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Xeralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
Oh, I've always said that.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihyolal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
Never fear, I'll be alongside her.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well, I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Let's begin then, shall we? I must say, I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near ley nodes, what you call etherites. Remember this, and you won't lose your way. Now then, seeing as it's right here, I'll show you the Nexus Arcade first. Please follow me. This complex is home to all manner of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most everything here. Everkeep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing! It's a market. Don't act like you haven't seen this. How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from that strange metal? What's it? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electro. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits on an electrode can be used to convert lightning energy to those of other elements. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and it is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert it to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating air with wind while projecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. Those are glamour prisms. It's almost scary what you can do with electro, but if such wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting with it. It is exactly what happened. This shop over here, what does it sell? Ah, yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting. Before we do that, let's go ahead and knock out some. Wonderful, you're here. Ever since the incident in the Roman Sea, I've kept a line of communication with the Confederacy. They just reported something you'll be interested to hear. Apparently, a man impersonating the distinguished Lord of Doba was recently exposed. One of the Lord's retainers saw through the pretender's facade while he was attempting to stir up trouble in the Doman enclave. The impostor then reportedly transformed into a hawk and fled. Clearly, our quarry now rests in Doma. I'd like to resume our hunt immediately, but I'm not sure where he may go after his failure in the enclave. Do any locations come to mind? Town in Asia called Doma, you say? That sounds promising. The extent of your knowledge is truly remarkable. But without further ado, let's make our way there and see if the residents have noticed any unusual activity. Trouble? None that I can think of. For a blessing, all has been peaceful. Have there been any quarrels of late? Why, yes, actually, just the other day the two of us were at each other's throats over a persimmon. She was the only supposed to eat half, but she went and gobbled the whole thing. In the end, she purchased this one by way of apology, so I let bygones be bygones. What's that? This isn't the sort of quarrel you're speaking of? Okay, fine. Listen. Go. By the Kami's grace, our quaint village has not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. There has been news, however, of a man impersonating Lord Heian at the Enclave. As I am told, when Lord Heian voiced intentions to invade Nangsha, all present grew wary of the individual. None more so than Lady Yugiri, who saw through the farce immediately. After he was exposed, the villain fled the scene with haste. Unfortunately, efforts to find him have not borne fruit. None of the residents I spoke with reported anything out of the ordinary. How'd you fare? But it seems the villain is not here. Where might he have gone? Huh? What are you doing here? Friend of yours? Don't hang your head like we're strangers. We met just moments ago. Remember, you asked me how to reach the House of the Fierce? Oh, no. Good grief, lad. You're lost, aren't you? I can understand your embarrassment, but I'll tell you the way again. Listen carefully now. Follow the descending paths leading north out of the village until you see a small pond, and simply dive in and swim. The House of the Fierce will be on the other side. Could he have impersonated you this time? This doesn't bode well. We must hurry. Spider-Man, let's go! Joke's on him. He's never seen me in this outfit. now that they're gone. Let's go. Just how far must we swim to reach this place? I dare say my days spent in the lakes back home are about to come handy. How did he find my new outfit? My friends, it's come to my attention that the Khan of the Azim Steppes' mighty Ornir tribe conspires in the shadows to invade Doma. Dude, you are the Khan. We must not give them the chance. Invasion would be an all-out war. There's only one solution. Under the cover of darkness, we must assassinate the Khan. Only with his death can this crisis be averted. Perhaps I should observe my targets more carefully. With all due respect, these allegations must be brought before Lord Hien. It is imperative we receive his instruction before acting. That would be playing right into the Ornir's hands. After all, an impostor disguised as Lord Hien was but recently exposed. An Ornir spy, there can be no question. Yet the spy has fled, their whereabouts unknown. They could be anyone and anywhere, weaving new schemes even as we speak. Decisive action must be taken. That is why I came to you. So the impersonation of Lord Hien was but a part of Ornir's Garan scheme? But what would those who fought alongside us for Doman's liberation conspired to invade? Forgive me, but you do not seem yourself, Hildebrand. Something isn't right. Because I am desperate, a shadow looms over Doma. Only with your help can I cast away its dark ball. Please, lend me your strength. Our honored friend Hildebrand risked life and limb to see Doma free, yet you address him with suspicion and doubt. If he says we must act first to prevent greater bloodshed, then we must act. It is true that he has never led us astray. Brothers and sisters, let us join hands with Hildebrand once more to drive back this shadow raising over Doma. What's the meaning of this? It's that infernal Ornir spy. Quickly kill him before he can escape. You sound nothing like me. Your charade ends here. It's you. Such persistent vermin. Getting away this time. Problem seems to be your aim, not your bow. How pathetic. You're nothing like that other girl. What was her name? Yes, Itoka. She was fearsome, that one. Right up until the moment I drove my blade into her back. Is this? Don't tell me you've been masquerading around as Itoka herself. After all, that would make you no better than me. Fighting behind the name of another won't erase the blame you bear for everything that happened. Huh? I'm sorry, I swear I'll explain everything to you later. For now, we should apprise these men and women of the situation. To think he can transform into anyone, a truly fearsome ability. I shall alert Lord Hien to this threat immediately. Rest assured that all of Doma will be on high alert. I was completely fooled. I have no words to express my shame. Upon speaking with you again, I realized that though the impostor assumed your guise, he had neither your spirit nor your grace. Forgive me, I will not fall for such a farce again. But I have a word. The man impersonating you earlier, I'd recognize his face anywhere. Without a doubt, he is Samidare, a childhood friend. You know him? Please, you must tell us everything. I've known Samidare nearly my entire life. We learned the shinobi arts together, you see. Roughly 25 years ago, we engaged in our first battle as proud ninja, defending Doma against the Empire's invasion. With every fiber in our body, we met their mighty magic with nimble ninjutsu. Yet our efforts were for naught. The Empire's might fell upon the Doma like a hammer. We were crushed underneath their overwhelming force. The occupation began soon thereafter, and so too did my work from the shadows. While I devoted myself to resisting the Empire in secret, Samidare was conscripted to their army and forced to become an imperial spy. I understand he served them well, fanning the flames of war in faraway lands through rumor and manipulation. Indeed, as far back as I can recall, Samidare has ever excelled in the skill of subterfuge. It was only after the prisoner exchange that he had returned to Doma at long last, but he was a changed man. He could find no joy or solace in the peace he once fought to secure for our nation. Instead, he sought to disrupt it. War has taught me the truth of this world. Civility is but a facade to hide man's savagery. I'll prove it here in dear, dear Doma. The fool I am, I thought he was jesting. Only later, when I discovered the web of lies he'd spun to turn folk against one another, did I realize he meant every word. I tried to confront him, but he fled Doma before I had the chance. Nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the Passage of the Unbound. I have it here with me. Dear illustrious Samidare, we extend our deepest gratitude for your interest in joining the Passage of the Unbound. With each passing day, our secret order draws closer to its goals, and we shall require exceptional talent for what lies ahead. Bearing these needs in mind, we have decided to welcome you into the fold. To celebrate the start of an auspicious future together, we invite you to meet your colleagues in Tuliolol and have enclosed your ticket within. Exceptional talent? Exceptional egos, more like. This Passage of the Unbound kept a watchful eye on nations far and wide to recruit cutthroats like Samidare, who only follow their own desires. Upon his arrival in Tyrol, Samidare's ambitions guided him to my home, where he stole the Dreamweave cocoon and set out to use it for his own twisted ends. I'm afraid that appears to be the way of it. In all likelihood, it is the Passage of the Unbound which alerted him to this Dreamweave cocoon's existence. Today, Samidare attempted to incite war between Doma and the Azam Steppe by wearing the face of our dearest ally, you. Your timely appearance prevented the worst from happening, But so long as he can alter his form and face at will, who can say what tomorrow may bring? His years as a secret operative have made him a master at reading people. Should he decide to study his target before taking their form, I fear his schemes may not be discovered until it's already too late. Please be careful, and may the Kami bless you and keep you. Attempting to find Samidare now would be a fruitless endeavor. He could be any bird in the sky or any beast roaming in the wild. Let us return to Kugane. I'll reveal everything to you there. I promise. Pour me back. Pour me back. That's spent like 280. Grateful for your help today. Once again, I let our prey slip away. The only silver lining is that we know who he is now. More importantly, I apologize for deceiving you. As Samidare said, I'm not the greatest hunter of my home. I'm not Itoka. I'm Kuiiki. I hail from the same village as Itoka, and I too am a hunter, but only in name. You've seen my aim for yourself. Most shameful of all is that it's my fault the Dreamweave cocoon was stolen. Normally it is enshrined in the deepest recesses of our home. Only Itoka had leave to wield it. The forest provides shelter and sustenance to many, and not all we share its bounty with our friendly. The great beast at our home, the cocoon's power may be used to protect our lives. Yet I used it for my own foolish desires. I couldn't take it anymore. I was a hunter, yet could barely perch prey large enough to feed myself. I was forced to wash clothes, prepare meals, and tune bows. Just once I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to feel pride. So I used the cocoon's power to turn myself into Itoka. With her dexterity and finesse, I finally caught prey befitting a true hunter. As I carried my prize home, he appeared. I found him collapsed in the middle of a beaten path. I never had reason to mistrust someone before, so I approached to nurse his wounds. Yet the moment I drew close, he knocked the cocoon from my grasp and struck me unconscious. He was long gone by the time I awoke. I confessed my sin to the village elder, and in her boundless grace she forgave me, but I could not forgive myself. I left home that very eve in secret to pursue the thief all the way to Kugane. After several days of fruitlessly scouring the city, who should I see but Itoka as our most exceptional hunter? It came as no surprise the elder had charged her with recovering the cocoon. She was astonished to see me, of course. I had told no one of my actions. I feared she would send me home, but when I expressed her my shame, my anger, she consoled me and told me we would find the cocoon together. I was certain we would until the day that duplicitous bastard killed her. You appeared soon after her passing. I thought someone as strong as you at my side, maybe, just maybe, I could avenge her. So I lied. Like Samidare said, I'm no better than he is. I'm an imposter. But my desire to reclaim the cocoon is every bit as strong as Itoka's was. I am so sorry for lying to you, Hildebrand. I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me and continue to aid me in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon. I had my suspicions, but I also had, it did feel weird that you kept missing. Thank you. I know with you at my side I can keep my promise to Itoka. For now, I'll remain vigilant for any news regarding conflict in the region. Please do pay me a visit when you find a moment to spare. I'm counting on you. Hildbrand, I'm so relieved to see you. Thought you might resent me for lying to you. You might refuse to lend me your help again. I'd certainly be hard-pressed to reclaim the cocoon alone in this foreign land. I truly meant what I said before. I'm counting on you. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, when I first arrived here, I was nearly swindled out of an heirloom by a talking catfish. I'd been scouring the city for a shop to pawn my choker so I could secure room and board, you see, when the catfish approached me, claiming he'd buy the necklace for a fair price, offered me a handful of coins that glittered like gold. I was about to accept the offer when Itoka appeared. In mere moments, she discerned that the catfish's currency was counterfeit, and ended the transaction then and there. She dragged me to the markets afterwards, and pawned her own necklace to secure lodgings for the both of us. And when the moment she arrived, Itoka took care of everything. What I'm trying to say is, I can't do anything on my own. I'm reckless, impulsive, and I'm just really glad to have you by my side. It's been some time, my friends. Pray forgive my sudden visit, but I come bearing urgent tidings. We spoke with you at the House of Fierce. What brings you all this way? I was able to make contact with Samidari. I told him I was willing to make amends and join my oldest friend in exposing the lie in people's hearts. He responded most eagerly and made me meet him in secret. Wait, really? Did he say where? Aye, Hell's Lid. I had a mind to lay an ambush for him, but not knowing the extent of the power he wields, I thought it best to seek help. And so I come here to beg your aid, Elder. Your strength and valor are unequaled, and we cannot apprehend Samidari without you. We may never get a chance to catch him unawares like this. There's no time to lose. Wait, forgive me for speaking plain, Huntress, but I fear we would only be a hindrance to Hildbrand when the fighting begins. Let us go to Hell's Lid by a skiff and meet his after the villain is subdued. Oh, I take your point. You're right. Without us there to distract him, Hildbrand can focus wholeheartedly on the battle. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Better knock that shit off. You are the bad guy. I have to pick between Itokas. No sign of something. Yep. Hold on. Hey, you alright? Where's your bow? I came as soon as... Oh, is that over already? Where's Samidari? I was attacked, but not by Samidari. What? So this was a trap? Wait, over there. Yeah, that's something you would definitely do. You think you're sneaky. Thank goodness I made it. After all that time I spent in that old coaching shell, convincing his underlings to attack you, my blade was mere ills from the skin of your back. Alas. Meticulous plan gone to waste. It seemed I underestimated your strength. The failed huntress's tenacity. I dare say I'm outmatched. No common beast I may mimic can stand against you. He's contemplating death scene with more care, more rigor. Look forward to our next meeting. Give me the bow. Give me the bow. Let me shoot him. I will shoot him. Forgive me. Needed to catch my breath. Samidari's friend was the villain himself. As soon as the skiff made it to the open sea, he threw me overboard. Damn near. He's made me into a fool again. He waylaid me before using a similar ruse. By the time I figured out what was that, Itoka was already... I always wondered how a craven like Samidari was able to kill her, our greatest hunter. Now I know. Itoka felt the blade in her back and turned to see the face of her killer. She saw me. Glad I was able to prevent history from repeating itself. I don't want to lose you too. We should return to Kibane. Samidari may have planted more than one trap for us here. I feared the worst as I rushed to reach you. The moment Samidari was in sight, I charged without thinking, which in retrospect was probably for the best. Had I tried to shoot him from the fall with my bow, I might have missed. Worse yet, it blew instead. In any case, I'm just relieved you're safe. I promise to be more wary from now on, particularly of familiar faces. Hardly needs saying, but remember to keep your guard up as well. For now, I'll resume my efforts to gather information about Samidari's whereabouts. You'll be first to know once I have a lead. Good to see you, Hildebrand. Or should I say, Samidari? There's only one way to be sure. I need you to tell me something only you and I would know. I used the cocoon to take on Itoka's form. What creature did I hunt? You never told me. It's really you. Phew, that's a relief. Indeed, I never told you that my arrow struck a great wow. A prize for any hunter. Samidari is the only one who ever saw it. Sorry for doubting you, but I could think of no better way to expose him if he'd attempt to impersonate you again. I have to remain vigilant after all. No news of his plots have reached me as of late. From here to Yangsha, people are on alert for a many-faced agitator within their midst. And not even a stray cat is beyond scrutiny. The Samidari can no longer act so brazenly. I'm afraid this means his trail's gone cold. We also have another problem. When he pushed me into the Ruby Sea, the remedy I carried was soaked in salt water. I'm afraid it's no longer effective. No doubt his plan from the start was to eliminate the one means we had of undoing the cocoon's mimicry. We're at a disadvantage too great to ignore. Which is why I intend to synthesize a new batch. I was just about to go procure the necessary ingredients from the supplier when you arrived. Why don't you join me? How about I just make it? I'm an alchemist. I can do that. I've never heard of such materials. Where are they found? Deep in the forests of Tyrell, a land beyond the Great Sea and far, far to the west of here. Tyrell? I'm afraid my supply chain does not extend quite that far. I feared as much. It doesn't help that the materials can only be harvested when the season is right. Even were I return home now, I doubt I could find what we need. We've no choice but to give up on the remedy. I'm sorry, we're at the mercy of Samidari's cunning. Hello there. Tell me, have you any salves that might ease my aching back? Sir, this isn't the apothecary. Where are your spectacles? Oh yes, how could I forget? Ah, much better. Sometimes I forget I'm as blind as a bat without these. Forgive me, Shirokashi. Excuse me, but do those bits of glass covering your eyes help you see better? Are you... yes, are you unfamiliar with spectacles? Oh my god, don't tell me your glass is blind. This questline is so stupid. No. Are you unfamiliar with spectacles? I've seen folk wearing them before, but I always thought they were decorative, like my choker. Tell me, where can I procure a pair of my own? Yamabuki is your man. He has a breadth of artisan contacts, who will ensure you receive a pair fine-tuned to your specifications. You'll find a shop on this very street. I'll look for him, thank you. I'm sorry, you must be completely bewildered. I thought a failure of a hunter like me would never be able to aid you in battle, but I've just come to realize there's hope yet. But let's not crowd the stall any longer. Care to join me over there? Oh wait, you can't shoot anything far away because you're nearsighted, right? Ever since I was a child, I had trouble seeing things from afar, and that's why my aim with the bow is so poor. I'm not fit to be a hunter, never was. It's only natural that chores like washing sheets and preparing meals fell to me. But I always yearned to do more, to be more. I I've looked up to Itoka ever since I can remember. No matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't give up on my dream. I just had to be like her. So I begged her to teach me everything she knew, from the basics of drawing a bow to precise aiming techniques that few hunters used. And despite all her efforts, my sight failed me where it counted most. All my life, I thought this was simply how nature intended for me to be. I was content to accept my lot. But now that I know spectacles might improve my eyesight, I feel the hope. If I could just try them, mayhaps my arrows might fire true. I could join you in battle and maybe even strike down Samidare with my own arrow. We may have lost the remedy, but this would give us an element of surprise. So I have to try on spectacles for myself. I will buy them for you. Alright, let's go meet this Yamabuki. Oh no, don't tell me. Is Yamabuki going to be the bad guy? Oh wait, Yamabuki is this guy. Dude stole so much money from me. A pair of spectacles, is it? I can certainly get you an order in the pipeline, but I'm afraid there will be a wait. I'm fresh out of supplies, you see, and the next shipment isn't due for a number of weeks. Of course, if you're in a rush, you could just roll up your sleeves and get the materials yourself. All you'll need is a glossy shell of an azure hawksbill and a cluster of Arulan quartz. Bring them here, and my affiliates can begin work immediately. Who knows what schemes Samidare might contrive should we let down our chase for weeks? Would you be willing to lend me a hand in procuring the materials? If we split up, we should be able to gather them in the blink of an eye. Quite the even pair, I see. In that case, I dare say you'll be able to negotiate with the Blue Kojin for a carapace of splendid quality. I visited Tamamize during my investigations in the Ruby Sea. I'll handle the shell. That leaves you with the Arulan quartz. Pray look for a cavern near Shoal Rock in Ruby Sea. Sprinkle some glittering gravel to lure a shoal Iwamushi from its lair within, and retrieve the cluster from its shell. Thanks, bud. I'll take that out. Let's meet back here when we're finished. There's some more money in here. See. First to return, I trust you have the quartz in hand. Excellent. This will make for a fine pair of lenses. Now we need only wait for your friend. Back. I didn't mean to alarm you like that. I spoke with the Gurjin of the Blue as planned, but soon learned that the hawksbill shells have been sparse of late. They were reluctant to part with a single one. I was able to wear them down, though, until they proposed an exchange. If I dealt with a red Gurjin who had invaded their fishing grounds, they'd spare a shell. I knew my bow would be useless, so I took out a leaf out of Hildebrand's book and fought him up close and personal. As you can see, I took quite the beating, but so did they. I may be a little worse for the wear, but the trouble was worth it. I have the shell as promised, and with it, your associates can get started. Indeed they can. Let us first measure your eyesight. Then they can get to work. This is amazing. Everything is so vivid. She also looks cute. Glasses right there. Why, I'm sure I could hit a bird over the horizon. Come, Hildebrand, I want to fire some test shots at the sign over there. But hold on, that seems like a fine way to earn the ire of the Sekisei Gumi. I'll prepare some targets for you, so let's move somewhere less crowded. Of course, thank you for going to the trouble. I don't know if I can properly describe this feeling to you. After so long, I don't feel like someone pretending to be a hunter. Finally, I don't feel like a burden. As soon as I catch even a whiff of something on his trail, we stop him for good. When that moment arrives, please lend me your strength one last time. Together, we'll retrieve the cocoon and return it to my village. The reason I did that is because I have this feeling that who we're about to talk to is gonna have the gear. It's gonna have the 99. I'll just pick that up. This shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? Oh. beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I will purchase it. Welcome, friends. How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are our most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Couch, one particular bar. It's gunpowder bag, blacking out 10. Could be some like soup or something. But this could be a candy bar. Let's take the long rectangular bar. Keen on the perfect meal bar, are you? It's all the nutrients your body needs. Oh. No. That sounds like Archon loaf. What's in the bag? Salad paste. Oof. Nope. The revivifying tonic to take it you're thirsty. This flavor. Ew. Sweet and salty? No. Don't want that in a drink. That's grapes. This particular product is known as gold label. It's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken. Do I stick with the grapes? Is there any other options? Okay, fine, I'll take the perfect meal bar. Okay. Yeah, sure, I'll take the perfect meal bar. I don't like that I'm taking it, but sure. While they're all very tempting, I'm going to have a steak. I'm absolutely starving. Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we had newcomers. I'd love to see your reactions. This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture. Graham, let's dig in. I feel like we're gonna have Archon loaf right now. Alright, here I go. Following Wicklamott's lead, you sample your selection. Amazing! I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like Ronique, and the spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Ha, don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction. How about you? It's interesting. It's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back, though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliolo first arrived. We endeavored to learn about one another and embraced our differences. That's good. But this is Archon loaf. Ah, right. What about you, Sphene? Aren't you having something to eat, too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. Alright, but what's your favorite food, if you don't mind me asking? My favorite food? Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better? Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences had led me to believe the same. My favorite food. Is it such a difficult question? I'm sorry, it's just when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well. Next, I was thinking of showing you the residential sector. It's in part so I can tend to personal matters. It's a visitation to be precise, and I believe it will be educational for you as well. Will the two of you mind accompanying me? Not at all. Wonderful. Let me know when you've seen enough here, and we'll make our way. Gonna jump upstairs, because there might be stuff upstairs. Let's go. Materia. Stupid face. Freaking Rowena. Alright, let's go. Ready? Let's head to the residential sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I would be glad to tell you about any places of interest that we come upon. This is Mosaic, the cafe. Here you can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. I see, in Tuliyola there was a similar establishment called XIBALBA. That's Seashell in the local town. Is there a story behind the name Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's the hewn, who somewhat resemble Tanawata, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Milala. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose the name of the cafe. That's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect. Tacos? A traditional Turali dish and one of my favorite foods. You must try it one day. Yes, definitely. We'll make it happen once we've restored peace to Tuliyola. Right, let's continue on. Buildings are where our citizens live. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, for just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here at Residential Radius 914. Residential Radius? That's right, come, the doors open automatically. This is the lobby, common area for residents. I see, what is that machine they do? Ah, the concierge, they look after residents. If you require assistance or have questions, we'd be glad to assist. Is that so? I have no shortage of questions, but I'll direct them at you for now. By all means, you may consider me your personal concierge. This is the place. A mother and son live here. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today, is that alright? Of course, friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please, make yourselves at home. How's Milo's been? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Hello, Milos. Have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lightning. As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing, and even on bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. I see. Steen visits often, does she? She does. Milo simply adores her. He sometimes even manages to smile when she's here. What of yourself, Isadora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There's nothing you can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or... Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age or illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear, though: the excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years. It's all my fault. What's that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make it a proper visit next time, with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Thank you for being Steve. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy. For your mother and for me. My thanks for accompanying me on the visit. The illness is part of life in Alexandria. I thought that you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate. Children like Milo smile again. Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. No, I do this because I want to, so please do not worry. Next, I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, go by way of Lay Node 9, where the Aetherite is situated. On the conveyor indicate its direction. There is a pair just like it on the other side. Is it safe? Extremely. There's no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, Hildebrand. Resolution, operational part of Solution 9. From Resolution, we oversee the running of the district and provide essential services to citizens, such as welfare support and job introductions. It's quicker to show than tell. Let's proceed inside.
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
an infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
Knowledge comes appreciation.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while. In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago, it's said, lightning energy began to swell in our world. According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic until electrope came to be used in warfare, first in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor Lindblum committed its stores of electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime. But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must do something!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again. We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents. I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we? Right, I believe we've visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamulja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import. Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well. For now, our priority is Zorolja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiolal.
I'd like that very much. It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Vau Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
Well, it can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now. Should probably go to Dafkiwa's meeting point. That'll be back the way we came, I think. seem genuinely cares for her people. I can respect her for that. Thanks to her tour, I've come to better understand the lives of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant. Place called True View in the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. You know, once you get used to it, you're actually kind of fun. They're actually kind of fun. Come on, Hildebrand. Place, you think? I don't see the others, though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Huh? Hildebrand, look over there. Wolja child. What are they doing here? Resemblance to Zeralja. Yeah. Blue scales of a Pokemon and the features of a Ubigo. This can't be a coincidence. At any rate, it wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, let's go after them. This is truly new. Not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. That building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at the moment, I guess. Ah! I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean you any harm. We just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? They run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear. Could it be they want to take us somewhere? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? Oh, So it is. All right then. Lead the way. Where you wanted to bring us? It is this place. If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? Still not inclined to talk. He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. You know him? After a fashion, but never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend their special, Her Majesty. I'll prepare one without liquor for the boy, too. Thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Kafkiwa, but we ran into the child on the way, and he led us here. Oh, so you're with Kafkiwa. In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tassos there. He'll show you to a fun place. What about him? I don't think he's in a mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. This is taking a turn for the strange, but you don't think we're walking into a trap, do you? Absolutely. But I think it'll be fun anyway. Damned if this doesn't have suspicious written all over it. is this fun place meant to be? Is Kafkiwa there? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. This area is normally off limits, but Kafkiwa has told us about them. Just follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Let's go, Hildebrand. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised.
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
This jerk off again.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight the good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Okay, I need a full
Gathering
set.
intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation. The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device. Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Cryo. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents, the founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
She also has a data storage
Yes,
device on her.
please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
I'm bugging it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shay.
Oh, well. This'll get me an armor set. Just as long as it doesn't involve alcohol. Oh, shoot. Damn. Alright, let's get started then. Sorry you had to see me passion spilling over. Happens when you put your heart and soul into your craft, you know? And not to be weird or nothing, but I felt a sense of kinship when I saw you. As if we've met in another life. Anyway, as I was saying, I need someone to lend me a hand. I haven't slept for 2 nights now, not a single week. Right to the ups. Can't afford to, though. Got folks relying on me, see? If I'm gonna keep at it, I need you to fetch my favorite energy token. Oh! Now, voucher's good for 2 cans, one for yourself by way of welcome. Can't get the stuff with any old vending machine. Needs to talk to a bloke named Felix. Find him tending a bar out on the main strip. Off you go now. energy tonics you can't get from vending machines? How dare you suggest I sell such dangerous stuff? Away with you, and don't come back. Not sure. So I see something. So you're cool. No, again for him and again for you, eh? Go. Yours is formulated for beginners, generally from full strength stuff. It's not contraband or anything, so you won't run afoul of the authorities, but if the Rodina Consortium is made aware of my special selection, it'd be bad for business. Now, seeing as it's your first time, I want you to drink your tonic here, just in case there are side effects. That's how you do it. Your pulse ought to quicken soon, after which you'll start seeing everything more clearly. And then finally you'll feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like wearing a pair of rainbow wings. Well, you haven't up and guard tables very long you give him up this tonic. He tends to leave it to the last moment, so we expect he's about to keel over. Give it here quick. Ah, that's the stuff. Ain't nothing like it to blow the cowboys right now. With a great big kaboom! Waking something feral in me it does. Transforms me into a remorseless beast. It won't stop till it's done what it was born to do. Anyway, sorry for sending you off on a errand like that. Just can't concentrate without the tonic, you know. The pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, you better get back to it. Those weapons and tools ain't gonna enhance themselves. My weapons.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
So you think so too? But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Gulja. It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own. But just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days. And where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gululja is Zorolja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gululja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
This is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamachi. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Kapkiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
Find him as quickly as possible, even if he's used to getting around on his own. The wilds are still no place for a child. Agreed. While Kryl and Raha continue reviewing the data, the three of us should devote ourselves to the search. Alright, let's head to the base of the tower and take it from there. Here we are outside, but where do we even begin? Perhaps someone has something outside of the jar. Let's ask around. Good idea. Can you handle the outskirts, Alize? In the meantime, Hildebrand and I will head beyond that big wall. Kid guns. It's another one of those tales that almost always ends up bad. Here I am, finding myself in the definition of insanity. The kid had better lay of the land than we did. We spotted those two people too, yes? Perhaps they've seen something. Come on. We can only hope that somebody caught an eye on the kid. Hey Max, how's it going? Looks like some sort of salvage yard. Well, let's ask after Gululja. Finally got to the first trial. It's definitely a fun one and an interesting one. But it's really weird that like it feels like it's gonna wrap up really soon after that. Gululja isn't here. You know the boy? Have you seen him? Oh. No offense taken. My name's Tapu. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. I can recognize people by their footfalls, including Gululja. So he didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? Voices. Who are you to Gululja, and why do you search for him? I'm family, though we're not related by blood. His father is my brother. I've only just met Gululja, and we haven't had the chance to talk properly. But I'm about to do something that will make him hate me, and I wanted the chance to explain. His father is your brother? That means you're... I'm Nicola, thou of resolve Tuliolo. I've journeyed here to bring my brother Zorolja to account for murdering our people and our father. When all is said and done, Gululja may want nothing to do with me. Nonetheless, I'll always consider him family. I'll always be there for him. I want him to know that. It tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells the tale. Gululja was headed south. There he has a place that is as close to a home as he knows. find and bare your heart to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes, as Queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I will, don't worry. What do you mean when you say Sphene respected your wishes? Concern for our little queen. Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then, she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. That sounds like Sphene, all right. Well, thanks for telling me all about Ulja. I'll find him, then we'll have a good time. We continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. Seems the kid had continued his way south. There was no telling what we'd find when we get there. But we didn't expect this. It's a town. And half of it is submerged. The architecture looks nothing like we've seen so far. It's more Charlean. Ah, there he is, among the ruins. Only caught a glimpse, but there's no mistaking that tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It'd be a disaster if a building collapsed while he's inside. Only saw him for a moment before he disappeared behind a building. I'm pretty sure Ulja was heading further south. Contact Alize on Link Pearl and let her know to join us. This is the area where the canals have been complete, make it hard to get a good view. Let's split up and search. You can head into the canals, I'll make my way through the streets. When we find the Ulja, let's watch from a distance till he gets to his destination. Wouldn't want to startle him and cause an accident. no knowing where he would disappear to. It went too fast, too quickly. Where would I find him going down this way? Quite a bit of in terms of hiding spaces. In time, I finally found his little hiding spot. But the story he would tell would be much sadder than we would ever expect. Probably.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder?
Oh, look at the little napkins.
So he's looking after those little ones.
Gululja.
Not another step!
What?
A sentry?
Run, Gululja, run!
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
But...
I want to get to know her too.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
I like this guy.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Vessel?
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you?
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself.
T-15.
Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
You're captain of the knights?
You've been functioning for nearly 400 years.
And there I thought it was Kululja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
All right, all right. A repast it is.
Pasta sounds amazing.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
So, my new friends, I would enlist your aid in procuring the ingredients for our repast. After all, the most enjoyable meals are those we make together. We're happy to pitch in, of course. What ingredients do you have in mind? First of all, some yam and pumpkin. The people of the outskirts should be willing to share their harvest. If you and Gulja could go and speak to them. Sure, I'll ask for the cast-offs too, as usual. As for Belgrand and Alizé, I would be obliged if you could procure some wool meat. The creatures can be found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, their flesh makes for a good substitute. That of the younger ones, especially Rizai, is more tender and less gamey. Considering time, I'll be back with the meat before you know it. Thank you kindly. Meantime, I shall see to other preparations. Care to understand that you've already prepared the meat? Good heavens. Such a choice cut it is, besides. It is plain you know how to handle yourself in battle. Were it 400 years ago, I would have recruited you to the Royal Knights. Ha ha! When Salazar brings her portion, we shall have a glorious bounty to satisfy growing younglings like yourselves. Indeed, I expect there will be ample leftovers to share with the good folk of the Driftings. They always appreciate a meal. Now, seeing as you have completed your task so quickly, I have another request to you. We've exhausted our supplies of kindling electrum. I should be grateful if you could search their houses yonder for more. In the Old Kingdom, electrum rations were issued to each citizen, while small fragments may still be found. Here and there. If you can obtain 5 pieces, at least one will want to be required. That is, the kind that converts lightning to fire. Google can identify them by their signature, so pray take them into him. Boys can become quite deft in discerning electron types. In a very short time, I may not. Off you go. Happy fortune. You have electrum for me? Wow, you found a lot. Let's see, this one creates wind. This is for water. You can tell fell just like that? I'm impressed. Clever, isn't he? I bet he gets this from his father. Ah, this is it. This converts to fire. It's absorbed lots of lightning, so we should be able to keep on fairly easy. Thank you, Hildebrand. Thanks to your kind assistance, we have everything we need for our repast. You've done your part, now I shall do mine. I bid you relax, my friends. The meals will soon be served. This is the kind of thing families do. The little job, we have meals together and talk about what's on our minds. So you ate with your father? Yes, with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of the resolve and I doing the talking though. Mona and the head of reason occasionally joined in, and Zeralja spoke when he was spoken to. You said that you have two papas. Does that mean one is yours and the other is my father's? No, both are our father. He's what people call blessed siblings, a Mamulja with two heads. Zeralja is his true-born child, while Kona and I were adopted and don't share the same blood. But that doesn't make us any less a family. What matters is that our hearts are connected. The head of resolve taught me that. Family. Do you have someone like that? A person you think is family even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? I'm married. I do, and they're very dear to me. I'd like to meet them one day. Maybe with. They are also a warrior of light. So Galulja, I'm hoping that we could be family, you and I. Won't you tell me about yourself? You really want to know about me? I do. I want to know all about you. The things you love, the things you hate, anything and everything. I want to know all about you too. That reminds me, we were hoping to hear your story too, Otis. As you wish, be forewarned that mine is a tale that will be long in recounting. It was before the lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. We're talking hundreds of years prior to the calamity, right? Indeed, earlier still than when I assumed this mechanical form. 454 years ago, to be precise. Then, you used to be a normal person? Oh yes, I was once flesh and blood, like you. I proudly served as a knight of Alexandria. So rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person. How is this possible? It is only natural that you are confused. Hear my tale to the end and all shall become clear. The foremost duty of the Royal Knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time, that was their Majesties, the King and Queen, and their only child, Her Highness the Princess. And every nation of our star was embroiled in some manner of conflict over Electrope. Thus was our kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbor. That war was the catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amidst the chaos, and the king and queen among them. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess, who then rose. So kind-hearted was our queen that at her behest we even took in refugees from the enemy nation. But sadly, her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body had been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. How tragic. Aye, nary was there a citizen whose eyes remained dry, and many a moon was spent reconstructing a tomb worthy of her memory. Yet I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists had successfully extracted her soul. Did we hear that right? Extracted her soul? Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we may live on. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul. It was used to spare the queen eternal death. And it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to recreate a person as they were in life. This required that their memories be further extracted from their soul. It took many more years of research to make this possible, by which time I had become a gray old man. With my days numbered, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as a test subject for the procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel. And by my successful rebirth, I paved the way for those who are recreated from the memories of the departed. The endless they are called. If your tale is true, the queen that your people brought back to life, it wouldn't be Sphene, would it? Oh, so you know Her Majesty as well. My description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what you no doubt felt in her presence. I haven't met her myself, I confess, not since assuming my current form. Wouldn't want to frighten the living daylight out of them. Man. We were talking about cyberpunk, and I didn't realize it would be this cyberpunk. The Endless, so all this time Sphene wasn't alive? She lives, yet she does not. 'Tis admittedly a difficult distinction to make. Having inherited memories of the departed soul, and Endless feels, thinks, and acts precisely as that person would. In that sense, I believe they are alive. The Alexandrians know about this, right? It can't have gone unnoticed that Sphene is perpetually youthful. No one really knows about the Endless. People who are regulators don't even think about it. Everyone sees that the queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just who she is. Are there Endless apart from yourselves? Well, there should be as many Endless as those who have died. I believe they are limited in where they can exist. Queen Sphene is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an endless. They are created using memories extracted from the soul. My entire soul was placed inside a machine. Being inside a machine makes you different how? While I do not understand the finer points, my life is bound to this lesson. If it breaks down, then it would be over for me, much like a being of flesh and blood. Hardly an endless, unchanging life. I'm sure you'll agree. An endless, unchanging life. I can't help but be reminded of the Ea. Did Kafkia and the others know about this? Considering their extensive intelligence gathering, I'd be surprised if they didn't. For now, let's share what we've learned about with Kryl and Raha. I can't help but have misgivings about this.
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Ellen Nespia! It's been too long, my friend. Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Huh? Ellen Nespia?
I'm looking for Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
This cannot be. The memories of the departed are taken away. No.
Nespia, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me? Say something, would you?
Although the mood has become a tad subdued at the end, I thoroughly enjoyed our repast together. We did too, August. To hear about the Endless was something of a shock, but we likewise enjoyed your company. Above all, I'm glad that you and I could talk with you, John. We're going to get along great. I know it. You think so? I'm happy for you, my boy. Now then, I presume you will be returning to Everkeep. Permit me to accompany you at least a part of the way. About Sphene. It doesn't matter to me if she's endless, whether she's alive like you or not. I've seen enough to know she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. We still don't know what it is. I expect there are things she can't tell us, not with XIBALBA watching. But at the very least, I'd like to know what the endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. I just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. Oh, and on the way back, let's make a quick stop at the Drift Downs. Want to tell Tab? Here's a face I haven't seen around these parts before. Can I borrow more of your time? See, a member of our group has been making frequent trips up the hill to the graveyard. I suspect there's a problem, but he doesn't seem to be willing to talk about it. Not to us anyway. The stranger will lend a friendly ear, however, and we convince him to open up. There's not too much noise when we travel out to the name slates and speak to him. The man you're looking for is a Shitona like myself. This is not the sort of place one expects to make a conversation with strangers. Are you one of those travelers from beyond the barrier everyone's been talking about? That explains why I haven't seen you around. Let me ask you something, outsider. Have you ever visited a grave to pay your respects? Honoring the dead is a common aspect of many cultures, I suppose. In that case, perhaps you can help me with something. Take a stroll around the area, and if you happen to spot any particularly grimy gravestones, ask them to wipe them off. It's a lot of work for one man alone, so your assistance will mean a great deal to me. Those gravestones look much better now, thanks to, or should I say, name slates. Too bad the names were all written in Alexandria. I can't make heads or tails of them. You know about the regulators that the people wear these days? Whenever someone dies, every last memory of their existence is erased. As an unfortunate consequence, this graveyard has been all but abandoned. How can you fix that? What else am I to do? Stand idly by and let the headstones be lost in time? No. If no one else will give a damn, then it'll have to be me. It's wrong I was taught to honor the dead, but here I am in the minority. Most seem content to forget and entrust their memories to the cloud. That's why I can't talk about it with the others. They wouldn't understand, not like you do. Thanks again, stranger. Last I saw him, he was headed southeast of here. You could check in on him. I'd sorely appreciate it. glad to see you're both in one piece. Forgive me, Yopia. I was so focused on the plans I nearly wandered headfirst into danger. If you hadn't sent this kind stranger my way, there was no telling what might have happened. Now, I'd better document my findings before I forget. Thanks again, friends. Sorry about him. He grew up in Everkeep, you see, and so he's not used to seeing plants in their native habitat. The heritage found is rather unique in that regard. 30 years ago, when the geography changed, vast swaths of native forest were forced to mutate drastically in order to survive. Worthy of study, I'm sure. Still, he ought to know it's not safe. Wish he wouldn't be so careless. In any case, I'm grateful to you two for keeping him safe. Seeing as he didn't get to reward you for it, I suppose I'll have to do it. I swear I could forget his head if he was detached. Ah, you are returned. Were you able to find the little jaw? We were, thanks to you. All's well with the boy. I'm relieved to hear that. And to know that he has family who worries for him. Ulja too must be glad. I hope so. I'll try not to rush or force anything, though. It's for him to decide what I am to him. My, what a pleasant surprise it is to meet you in these parts. Sphene, what are you doing here? Visiting my people. Are you doing the same, perchance? I suppose we are, yes. Listen, there's something we'd like to talk to you about. Could we have a word in private? So you know about the Endless. While we may not discuss it openly, my people will have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years. I've made no attempt to conceal my nature. But may I ask, though, who was it that told you about the Endless? Only a few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I bear no ill will towards this mystery individual, lest that make your concern. I'm really curious. Tell me, Sphene, you care for your people that much is plain. And I assume you care for the Endless too. Earlier in Everkeep, there was something that you wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? The Endless are as dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. They can only be sustained by meeting certain exacting requirements. Thus far we've managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we would be pushed beyond our limit. Their preservation demands vast amounts of energy. I don't understand the workings of it all, but is there something we can do to help? Then Alexandrian citizens. What? I have my nation, my people to protect. I can't just become an Alexandrian. Indeed. I suppose you cannot. First you tell us to make peace, then you tell us to go home. What exactly is it you want? The same as you, of course. To protect my people. Tell us more about the energy the Endless need. That I cannot say. I do not ask that you understand or like me, but I wish... I wish we had been born on the same side of it. Hey, what do you mean by that? Wait, Steve. Damn it. Well, I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to everything. And let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Steen. I don't want to risk causing him pain.
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sphene.
Tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline. A part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet, though it be in my previous life, I've failed to protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Kululja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
I've been looking all over for you!
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Xiralja. He marches to Vanguard.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us. Wayakwe is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. What are we to do?
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work. I'll try contacting those in Tuliolo.
Otis, I need you to keep Kululja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Kululja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance. Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona.
Good. How's the situation in Tulichola?
There's nothing to worry about, or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated. I'm coming, Sorolja. And we will finish this once and for all.
Zoralja here. And I know exactly how to do that. Before we get going, I have a request to make of you. To confront Zoralja, you must let me face him alone. What? No, that's far too dangerous. Why put you at such risk if we don't have to? We have two priorities. The first is to hold Zoralja within the dome and protect Tuliolo. The second is to free Wayakwe if she's been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the foe for Zoralja. If I come at him with help, he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. That's why it needs to be a duel. Even if Tuliolo was better prepared this time, it's true it would be best to avoid another battle. Failing that, we might at least weaken Zoralja. Rest assured, I'm not going into this without a strategy. Our time in the Dome has given us valuable insights into Alexandrian culture. The use of regulators, for one. The secret to Zoralja's strength. And you mean to... That's right. If I destroy his regulator, he'll be unable to draw upon souls. We'll see how much he wins a duel after that. So, leave Zoralja to me? It's nothing the Valve Resolve can't handle. Thank you, Hildebrand. It's true that this is your fight. How you choose to handle it is your decision. But if we see you struggling or Zoralja attempts to call upon his minions, we will go to your aid. Fair enough. Knowing you'll be there, I can give it my all. Together with Kona, I think Tuliolo's safe.
Zoralja!
Hello.
You disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
I am here, brother. I did not run, nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended for Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not regret your decision. Release her.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I thought I was done for.
You don't!
Had you let her die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tulihiola gives me strength even now. Ah! Come, let's get this over with. For my people and Sphines.
How gullible you are! All of this is Fiend's doing. Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align, hence our alliance.
Liar! Sphine would never do that!
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
How did she...
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zeralja's.
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
I do this for them. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you, but I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours.
Behold, Wuklamat, the benevolent Queen Sphine. An illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
Endless, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart. When you speak of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
You waste your words. There is no turning back. Is this the strength that the love of Tuliyola lends you? A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
I already know. It will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me! You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it. Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuliyola to the ground and harvest every last soul! It is over. For Tuliyola, your works, your people, all will be ash before the day is done.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn's servant.
They're coming!
Well, come on then, you 10 bastards.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
I'm Head Sauro. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common.
I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
The spirit. We promised Valcona we deliver him a mountain of scrap, and I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
Hey kid, the ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below? Don't see that every day.
Hardly sporting, and this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks. While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Taral.
As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm.
And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
Damn it! Come no closer, you bastards! That was a near thing. Are you all right? You...
Saved your life. Yes, I know. Don't squander it.
I never thought you of all people would come to my rescue. Pakul Chacha. Thank you. Ah, still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it. Right. We're not done yet.
We're holding our own against their infantry, What of that monstrosity and its escort? If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
A bleeding dragon!
Let's go!
What in the Navigator's name is it doing here?
Tuliyollal has entered into an alliance with Rads at Han, a wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Right in the nick. Tuliyollal shall never forget this debt. We will hold out, Lamachi. So keep your eyes forward and do what only you can do. Finish this and return home safe and sound.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Get wrecked.
Useless. All of you.
Stop!
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! Enough! You swore you wouldn't harm my people!
Out of my way.
Have you gone mad?
When the army fails in its duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess. To achieve victory by any means necessary. Suralja to Everkeep. Initiate court blood. Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
No!
Damn you!
Stop! Please, Father, stop!
Kululcha! I told you not to come!
Kululcha.
You must flee, Kululja! It isn't safe!
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me!
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
Otis? What's wrong?
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
I must protect them.
We must hurry back to Everkeep. Zoral just thinks nothing of others' lives. He will kill his own people. Chances are we'll have to face a good part of his army, with Otis among them. Let's all take care. Use the bathroom, please.
have no more use for you. Be gone.
Father, wait! Father! Otis, Lamachi, you have to stop him. You have to.
What have you done?
Sveen, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
If there's something you can do, then do it! Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
Hope you don't mind if I obliterate your army.
I deceived you all, and still...
The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
Of course not! There's nothing I wouldn't do for them!
Then let's split up and get to work.
Do what you can do.
Please, everyone, lend me your strength!
Let's deal with these ones first.
We can save! We keep moving! Too! Damn you, Zaraja!
It's up to us to stop them.
safe now. Be at ease.
Looks like that does it for this area.
Look, the King's forces are on the move. There are still civilians on Trueview.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into 2 groups. Kryl, Raha, please stay here and render aid. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
All right. Otis! You've got to wake up!
Otis?
Out of it, Otis! Don't you recognize us?
First formation! Show them a knight's valor!
Machines obey him!
familiar, but it couldn't be.
Third formation! Onward for Alexandria!
It is him, the captain of the knights.
Everyone, keep your guard up! Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
If he still remembers me, then perhaps.
Right, he's deactivated. It should be safe to approach.
Otis! No! I remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself. You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects. Otis!
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty. I am Sir Otis Bologna, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens! Apologies for the trouble I caused. So long as this body holds, I shall fight with you. Tis but a flesh wound.
It's building up.
right into itself!
Let's split up and deal with them.
Not holding anything back, are we?
Not good. At this rate.
Upon mine honor, we shall weather this storm! Now, lay the fiend low! Are you unharmed?
Otis. Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered. He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
Thanks to you, Solution 9 has been spared the worst. But the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Trying to achieve by slaughtering his own people. That he's still bent on surpassing Papa is clear, but why this massacre? Don't understand. Right now we can only guess at his intent, but his obsession must be strong indeed to endure after 30 years. But now is the time to ponder such things. The people near him. Thinking, by wearing regulators, the people of Alexandria have been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, but it also erases your memories of the departed. The very notion of dying will become vague if you've forgotten. To be killed over and over, I can't imagine how traumatized the survivors must be. Even if they're not physically hurt, they would still need care. At a time like this, the citizens need their queen to console them. But where is she gone? I don't know. There are other districts, so perhaps she's checking on them. In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught. We ought to provide them with what comfort we can. So while Kakiwa and her crew tend to those with physical injuries, let's seek out those whose wounds are more emotional. Understood. If you and Hildebrand want to concentrate on Trueview, the rest of us will see to other areas. Sounds like a plan. Right, everyone? We'll meet up in the back room after. It's over. I'm still alive. Thank goodness. It makes no sense. What right did the king have to destroy our lives like this? Give us back our peace. Leave us out of our damn war. Thank you. I'm alright, I think. Say, you were fighting with Queen's Fiend, weren't you? Were the rumors true then? That Her Majesty isn't a living person? That her actual body is elsewhere in the cloud or some such? And she uses a special power to appear before us? I always wondered why the Alexandrians never questioned her true nature. But now I think I understand why. She personally fought to protect us. That's enough for me to know she's a worthy ruler. what she is. Never have I been so scared in my life. I died in an accident before, but it was nothing compared to this. To be killed again and again and again. He's living right. King XIBALBA was behind it, you say? Since he suddenly appeared, he's done nothing good for us. He makes only of war, ordered no soldiers to be produced. Now he unleashes them on us. He's no king of mine. He's a murderer. Someone needs to make him pay. It seems things are somewhat under control, while Alzay and the others are still out there. I couldn't help but worry about Guruja. He hasn't uttered a word. The small you're giving his ordeal. I'm going to talk to him about everything. Bright as he is, there's no use hiding it. He'd eventually find out, and it'd hurt him more. Very well. Above all, he needs to know that he isn't alone.
Are you all right, Guloja?
Lots of people are dead because of my father, aren't they?
That's...
And Otis. He's gone too, isn't he?
I'm sorry.
My father is a bad man. That's why you're going to kill him, aren't you?
Oh, sweetheart. Look.
Forget it. I don't care anymore.
Listen to me, Guloja. You're right. We're going to confront your father. He invaded Tulihyolal and hurt my people. As vow of resolve, it's my duty to bring him to justice.
Don't you think of him as family anymore?
After the attack, I was filled with rage. I told myself over and over that he's no brother of mine. But it isn't so simple. No matter what I feel or say, all those years I spent striving to live up to his example, they won't just disappear. What's more, it's because we're family that we have to correct each other when someone goes astray. That's why I must confront my brother. Like your grandfather did. Even though it cost him his life.
But Otis is gone now. If my father was gone too, then I'd have no one.
What are you saying, Golja? Take a look around.
You have us, Golja. All of us. We'll be with you. Through thick and thin. You're not alone. You'll never be alone again.
Things I would say to Walja as a mother, I'd better not get started. Instead, let me thank you. We couldn't have gotten through this without you, members. Those members return. Now to take what rest you can as well. It is no end after all. Fuzzy image, you say? Is it still happening? It's a little more thing. There's bound to be a few edges. It's nothing to worry about, though. We'll have a meeting to discuss our next move in a little while, so until then. First, Tabby, let's round up everyone. During your confrontation with him, Zorlja bade Book-Robot come to the tower summit. Is the leaders of the lockdown because of the emergency. We've been working to lift the access restrictions, but frankly, it's not looking promising. Are there any other ways we can get to Zorlja? I believe so. As you know, the solution I'm occupies, I think you've seen right from Summit is the 12th. The map appears to be 12th. Its residence is believed to be located. Details are currently classified as lack of map. You, however, have reliable intelligence concerning everything particular other company. But this is place. Is very generous. So their souls are separated. Let's just get to the base. affront to nature. No, ethics discussion is misleading. The salient point is that the facility extends vertically, first to the 11th floor. Mr. Aldra intends to strengthen himself with the souls as we strongly suspect. Facility will be operated to process and transport those cells directly to the 12th floor. As I alluded to, nostalgia needs only through energetics. Precisely. This facility sustains the Alexandrian way of life. Security will be extremely tight. If you're willing to break through, back you up as best as you can. Safe. Goes without saying that we're going. Let me down. Coming to. Guidance on sight, his body needs me the best signal. Before you set off, I have to ask. All of this time, you've known that Sphene is an endless, haven't you? Yes, we have. Why didn't you tell us? Honestly, it didn't seem relevant to the matters at hand. Or complicated to explain what it was worth, and a distraction from our efforts to deal with this erosion. Speaking of which, we should get moving. Those who are selling forth, we gather in front of the tower. We can count on you to provide support from here, yes? Of course. Accounted for? Excellent. We make for the summit in one push. This will be one grueling grind. So see to it and spare no preparation. Entrance of Orogenics is located on the map. Which map? Come, hands on here, drift out. explain how this mission will unfold. Origenics takes delivery at specific times. It is on one such time when the facility will not have power. Kirusa will bioelectrical, so you need only sit tight till you arrive at the entrance. Our friends in the bathroom will create a diversion so we can steal inside. After which we make our way to the summit, striking down any foes that bar our path. Easy, yes. Easy to say, perhaps, but we'll manage one way or another. That we will. In anticipation of the unexpected, we should maintain contact with the support crew and adapt as necessary. Indeed, I shall use the communicator I borrowed from Shell to keep them informed at all times. I see everyone has grasped all details. We set off very soon, so be ready. This is a fantastic place to stop. So thank you everybody for watching. It has been almost 8 hours. So I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you and have a good night.